You know duct tape? It's not like that. It's created a creation. You know cupcakes? It's not like that. Just a button. It's a simple little button you can press. And when you press it, it'll be the harmful side effects. Okay, our legal teams informed us we must warn you of the button side effects. You know the feeling when you've had something to say and then forgot? This is not like that. You know that stress you get when you commit a crime and then get caught. This is not like that. It's just a button, just this helpful little button you can hit. It makes you happier for 4 to 7 hours, all depending on your blood type. Also, someone random on the planet dies. Probably won't be someone you know. Gonna love this new thing. This happy feeling machine. Side effects and strings attached. I want this, but not like that. Invasion. We got your feedback. You did not like that. You haven't modified the button now. Instead of someone dying, they will simply lose their balance as they're walking down the stairs. It's not your fault if they won't hold the rail. You're gonna love this new thing. This happy feeling machine. Side effects and strings attached. I want this, but not like that. This is our final offer. Our engineers have done their best. They've made the button softer, so it's more comfortable to press. You'll get 1 hour of joy, but then the button will make a college student oversleep their last exam, and a small business owner lose an envelope of cash, and a puppy will be told he's a bad dog when he didn't do anything wrong. You're gonna love this new thing. This happy feeling machine. Side effects and strings attached. I want this, but not like that. I wanna love this new thing. I'd kill for something to bring happiness without a catch. I want this, but not like that. Evening Cloud, it's wonderful to have you here. How are you doing? I hope you all have had a lovely day. I see that everybody has been slowly filing in as they do. It's wonderful to have you all here. My name is Term, and I'm the axolotl of the lighthouse. I I've forgotten my elevator pitch. Oh God, what was it? What do I say all the time? Oh God, this is my name is welcome moment. No. Hello, my name is Welcome. What? In all seriousness, my name is Term. I'm the Axel of the Lighthouse, and I do my best to provide a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. I hope you all are having a lovely day. I know it's been wonderful. It's a lovely, trying to check the date, and I can't. So I don't know what day it is. I just know that it's a Friday. It's a Friday, and thank God it's Friday. After all, like that's what we've been waiting on for a while. Oh, I had a good day at work, as always. I don't really have many stories I can tell about work because it's just like, yeah, I made people's day. People had a nice time. Some people in drive-thru said I should get into voice acting. I sat there and relive every single comment that you all have said that says the exact same thing. and I've run it through my head and been like, where would I get the time to even start on that? But then at the same time, where do I get the time to do all this stuff? So I find a way, one way or another, somewhere, some way. There is time, and I will fit. It's like that one comic. Actually, I'm gonna go find that comic real quick. I'm gonna go and find that comic real quick. So give me just a sec. Jump scare. Oh, but this is the comic I was talking about. This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like all the time. And whenever I want to do a new thing, this is it. This is it. Thank you, Shen, for the wonderful for the Shen is a different person from Shenpai, by the way. I just need to make that clear. They very similar names. But like this is this is me. This is me, and I'm in this picture, and I don't like it. I don't like the fact that I'm in this picture. If only I could change that. I can't be streaming into my schedule. Or can I? Oh god, it's so true. It's so accurate. It's just me. It's just me, man. It's just me. Anyway. I should probably get dressed for the part today. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Man, this is moving. This is chugging. Wow, why is this all chugging? You guys probably aren't seeing it. Okay, good. It's not. It's just on my end. That's the weird. But it'll be fine. Here, I can't be an attorney without my badge. I have to be my wonderful attorney self. That's just how it is. That's how it needs to be. And that's how it'll stay. You know? That's how it'll stay. So, but anyway, before we get into that, I should probably read the tome. Let's see. What are 5 bad habits I hate seeing in other people? So 5 is an arbitrary number there, and I'm not going to be like, ooh, number 5 having a folded photo or whatever the hell, because like that, like you guys don't need a top 5 list of that. No one needs a top 5 list of that. I don't even think I can think of 5 things. Let's try it right now. Can I name 5 things? Axolotl, badge, uh, donut, and plant. That's four. Wait, wait. Painting. There we go. That's five. That's five. I named five things, but that's not what the question asked for. The question asked if we had five bad habits. The one thing that I want to say is I'm not a big fan of when people take themselves too seriously. Does that does that make sense? Like, obviously, hold yourself in high regard. Make sure you have respect for yourself. But like, understand that the person that you are is like, you're not, like, you don't need to be serious all the time. You don't need to be. I don't know how to describe it. It's been on my mind recently. Just like having a like sort of this like, if you don't listen to I don't know. I feel like people take themselves too seriously and believe that they hold a lot more authority than they actually do. We as individuals do not have a lot of authority, except over our personal selves. And a lot of people try to claim that that they have power over you because you are, they're like, oh well, I'm in this position. It's like, yeah, and you were put there by what, another person? Why would I care about that person? And why would I care about you? You know, if you're too serious, you only see the logic and overanalyze stuff. Absolutely. Also, like, you know that phrase, like, oh, you must be fun at parties. Like, yeah, that. Like, take a second. Take a chill pill. Understand that your existence is absurd on the baseline. You are an upright walking being that has a massive fat and jelly in your skeleton mech that gets zapped with just the right chemicals. But if the chemicals are off, you could have depression. Like, isn't that an absurd thing to think about just as a person? Like, you are a weird flesh blob piloting a skeleton mech that is plated in meat. Oh heck, dogs have laid on my bed. Oh, you're trapped there now. You're not allowed to leave. See, that we were talking about that when we were gambling yesterday. Like, that would be the ultimate way to keep someone gambling. Just have like cats in a casino, and then while you're in the casino, if the cat sits on your lap, well, you can't leave now. You can't leave at that point, you know. Oh, that's just how it be. That's how it be. Oh, but my brain is braining. My brain is braining right now. Like, that is my answer. Is people taking themselves too seriously. We live in a very absurd reality here. And we always have and we always will. It just happens that a lot more absurd things have been happening all together, so we've been noticing it a lot more. We are absurd on our surface. We should we should take solace in the fact that things are strange, and that things might not be exactly as you expect them to. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure who I'm trying to say too. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Oh, anyway, I should probably go ahead and get started because we have to figure out why the heck our like, first off, our client isn't blind, despite being, and one of the people, our star witness, is, because reasons. Because apparently that's the world we live in. We live in a world where people are just, they're just allowed to lie about their health conditions. I mean, I guess they don't owe anybody an explanation to that. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, if I were some star, and it turned out I was blind, and in my contract it's like, you have to pretend that you're not blind. Excuse my French. What the fuck? How the fuck? How can the blind be the star witness? I don't know! Supposedly they're the one who witnessed the murder! Like, I wish I had an answer. I wish I had an answer, but I don't. Our star witness, the person who, like, it's no wonder they didn't know what was going on. They were blind, and the person who was supposed to be blind wasn't. The one who's like, yeah, like they're a blind pianist. It's like, no, they actually aren't blind. They actually aren't blind, funnily enough. Ace Attorney. Are we ready to see some bullshit? I'm ready to see some. Ace Attorney. Everyone, where everything is bullshit. Exactly. Everything is bullshit 24/7. No one is talking. The guilty don't know their left from their right, which is the easiest way to know if they're gonna be awful. Like, welcome to Ace Attorney, everybody. We're gonna. I can't wait to see what our parrot moment of this game is going to be. I'm being way too overly. There we are. Let's get in here. Hey! Hey, Apollo! What? Well, you know, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer! Well, you know the trial today? I was thinking... If you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Wait, did you check out the Pokemon Eclipse thing? I have, and I've caught up to its most recent thing, where the Grunkle Stunkle that wins the Funkle Bunkle, has just been arrested. I'm very excited for that. I can't wait to see. I actually also shared it with Sky, because I'm like, Sky, I think you of all people would enjoy this. Because first off, it's Pokemon. Second, amazing art. And third off, I mean, I'm not sure if you like Gravity Falls, but damn, is this a good way of incorporating it. Hell yeah. Oh god, it's good. I'm assuming that the next couple videos will come out later. You're welcome. It's like the worst part is that I want it to be real, but I know it can't be. I know it's just a conceptual idea. Score? Gee. Guess I would maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague. Clearly, Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about the number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. The victim, Mr. Latouche. Their Discord also has a journal where you can do puzzles. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I might consider checking that out later. I just worry that if I get too invested into it, my brain's gonna implode, and I'm gonna put too much energy into that instead of the other things I need to put energy into. Which is it's strange that I have to justify that, but you know. Sorry, I just saw something. Oh god. Oh god. Sorry, people are having birthday. Get birthdayed, punk. Oh, you know whose birthday it is. Someone does. Who would have guessed they were actually an undercover Interpol agent? Also, is Roman named after romaine lettuce? I believe that is the joke. Romain Latouche. Romaine lettuce. What a mess. We don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we do know who shot him now. Lummyworth told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now. It was him! I'm sure of it! The voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshot fire. It was him! It was Mr. Darien! That's another mystery, Apollo! I love mysteries! I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What is he, some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he says. Top secret. Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time to waste in, they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Alright. Well, first things first. I need to check on Charlie. Mr. Charlie, the potted plant. Huh? His leaves are looking a little brown. Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie! Your leaves! Maybe you weren't giving him enough water? No, it must be the stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office. Hey, don't blame it on me! You're the one, you are watering him, right? It was Daddy's turn to water him this week. Mr. Wright's been away on his top secret mission, no? I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. This is all my fault. I'll water you soon, I promise. Now. Water him now. I love Mr. Charlie. Detention Center. July 9th. Detention Center Visitors Room. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence! Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. I still want that spaghetti. It's made of plastic. Right. The air vent. And he lied. Lied? What starter did you choose? Let me remember which one. I'm pretty sure I chose the grass one. I'm trying to remember its name, but I don't remember. But I'm not gonna lie, a part of me kind of wants the Jersey Devil, you know? There's a part of me that wants the Jersey Devil at the end, you know? Machi Tabai can see. Machi! Speak of the devil. Shrubbin. Yeah, Shrubbin. It looks like he's doing okay. Forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. Kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. Oh, you just wait. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, one of the later games in this series is based on entirely that. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. First off, here's my badge. I think he said, I'm sorry, I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator. The trial. So, what did you think of the trial today? Whew, glad that he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, then we would have been scared out of his mind by the trial. Was that Wingdings? Yeah, he can only speak Borginian. He is from Borginia, as well as our star witness. Our star witness, believes that they were like, no, they were convinced that their whole thing is that they are they can sing very, very well. And his little bit as her pianist was that he was a blind pianist and could make really good music. But apparently he's not blind. The star witness is. Because that is their, and they just had to pretend. because of reasons. Because otherwise the studio felt like they wouldn't sell well enough, you know? And Borgidian, looks like wingdings because they don't want anybody, I guess technically you could probably solve it because I am assuming it's just like a text generator or whatever. But, like, still, you know? I think I'm getting a headache trying to think about it. Welcome to Phoenix Wright. Welcome to Phoenix Wright, where you get a headache just by trying to parse through what's going on in the case. Actually, you know what? I literally have the ability... One sec. I have a court record. I can literally just be like, okay, so, Romain Latouche, killed. Lamiwar supposedly was kept in the dark along with Machi Tabai. Machi Tabai was apparently the only one small enough who could have gone into that room. They're like, yeah, the reason that he shot twice and only hit the victim once is because he's blind. And then the prosecutor is like, you all are assuming that he's blind? It's like, isn't he blind? That's what everybody says. He's like, oh, I hate to tell you, he's not blind. The actual blind person is Lamiwar, who is actually, in fact, blind. Supposedly, they heard someone talking to Romain Latouche. That person then got into an altercation and they heard the gunshot. They are certain that there was a window of some sort because I'm guessing they felt around for it. And supposedly the voice that they heard talking to Romain Latouche was Darian Crescent, who works as one of the Gaviniers at the thing. All of the crimes that had happened that day all more or less worked with this lyric sheet. And the only people who knew about these lyrics were Clavier Gavin, Lamiwar, Machi Tabai, I guess technically Romain Latouche, and Darian Crescent. Because they are all band members. They are all people who worked on this set. They all had access to the lyrics before they were debuted that night. That's the best way I can condense all of this together into one like semi-cohesive ball. Oh, I don't even know if it probably doesn't make sense. Let's be real. Let's be real with ourselves. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by the trial. Well, it ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. You know, that's actually a fair point. Because, like, you don't have to be fully innocent, you just have to be not guilty. You know, not guilty of that crime. Like, you don't have to be innocent. Innocent is very different from not guilty. You know? I think, knowing Phoenix Wright, it's a secret third party. Yeah, we're gonna meet them by the end of tonight. You know? It's just gonna happen. Huh? No. Excuse me. I'm glad Lamiwar testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Gaviniers. The detective. Wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just... I couldn't help but feel that... I don't know. Machi doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared, because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Well, she lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all that he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him. Something kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamiwar can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. I'll be back. Take me to the Sunshine Coliseum. Or call them like I see them. Oh, is this where we were? Whew, what a great day. Perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation? I mean, yeah, if it's raining, it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be easier to find footprints, but harder to find blood. Jesus, this is attorneying 101, Apollo. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training! This is a perfect place for it! I did enough at home, thank you. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I'm a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Or find fingerprints, considering they would wash away. Exactly! Basic attorneying 101. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, "Objection!" What's there to object about the blue sky? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge! Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous! Someday I'll find my first battle on that stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at this place anymore. Anymore? Apollo, what do you mean anymore? No, back up, Apollo. What do you mean anymore? You said it's a coliseum. I just assumed it was like a football stadium. What do you mean anymore? Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. I'm starting to realize why the law is so fucked up here. They were literally doing gladiatorial combat. Are you not entertained type shit. Sometimes I worry about her. I worry about all of you! Look, a blimp! Those balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them. Let's see. Big sale! All shirts 50% off! Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Huh. Anybody here? Hi, Blue Badger! People can still rent it out and do gladiatorial combat. It's more the fact that gladiatorial combat is still a very present thing, apparently, in this world. What's that creep? That's the police mascot, the Blue Badger. Eh? It's life-size! Haven't you seen them around town patrolling the streets? Yeah, even now, Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo. Look at that, it's a little doggy. Little doggy running after. I love that. It's like a Where's Waldo painting. Look, a massive sign for guilty as charged. The giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone does come looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this the part of some twisted plan of hers to make a singing debut? Police badgers would likely be more effective than dogs? I mean, yeah, I mean, to be fair, badgers are pretty vicious, but also this is a personal opinion of mine, I don't think we should be using animals to apprehend suspects. That's just me. And second off, I don't like the idea of badgers being deployed to fight crime unless they're like vigilantes. Like I'll be real, I just don't want to give the police officers any more weapons at their disposal. It's just not a good idea. Not for me anyway. Ooh, backstage hall. We're back. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lamiwar! I'm sorry about today, There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. We weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh! You must have great ears! Ears that heard the crime taking place, or so she claimed, but how? I still want this headpiece. It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small, maybe no one noticed it. I kinda want to pick it up, make a cool souvenir. It does stick out in my mind for some reason. Batman, no, Badger Man. Badger Man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Badgers. It's like that like they would they got to be a team of 4. Like Batman would Badger Man would be like a person who dresses up as a badger. Meanwhile, Man Badger is a badger that happens to acts like a man. And so then you have Man Badger Man or Badger Man Badger, depending on which one is dressing up as who. I'm not complaining, makes it easy. Okay, so I'm gonna present my badge. Do you think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is limited. I only know what I've heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff yesterday. She was still pretending that she could see them. Hey, do you think you could tell me about this? I want to show you the sound! Because, you know, you can hear really well. The voice. That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name. But I never forget a voice. So I'm already realizing that there is a hole in your testimony with the fact that you heard them. Not the fact that you heard them. That makes sense. It's more the fact that like the music was airing, and like there's a good chance that like he might have had vocals, right? And surely like he was. I don't. Maybe I'm just misplacing, you know, some stuff. But wait. Lamiwar, is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That's when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. and I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. Though it really was Tyrion's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks that it was. What about Machi? I met Machi before my debut as Lamiwar. I was singing in the restaurant in Borginia, and he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposite? With Machi pretending that they couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut, after I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see, all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his fingers on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He's a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Mr. Latouche? Yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it's not so, but I can't deny the possibility because of my condition. As the present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. Darkness? The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see when I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I came to Lamiwar. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime. Everything before becoming Lamiwar is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol watch me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamiwar. Thank you. Machi too tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. God, now that right there, that's something. That's that. Okay. Anything else we can present to you? Can't show you a picture because you're blind. Let's head to Gavinier's dressing. Is there anything new in here? I don't see anything. Flashlight? Okay, yeah. Really only Lamiwar's dressing room in the stage, so I guess we're heading there now. Hey, look! Part of the carpet's been torn up here. That was the part they did the luminol testing on in court. Luminol, right. You know what I couldn't stop thinking about? Who's gonna pay for this carpet? As long as it's not us. Maybe the shooter? I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay. I would hope the carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. The murder weapon belonged to Mr. Latouche. That thing makes a normal revolver look like a water gun. Mr. Latouche was a big man, but How about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? Have the body here. This was the window where Lamiwar saw the crime. I wish it was that simple. Kinda hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way. Wait, heard it some other way. Wait, 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 wait. Hey, why can I not pick up the hearing aid? I feel like that'd be super useful. I'm holding my horses. Okay, I'm confused. Sometimes people use gunshots in music for some reason. I'm confused. Waiting. I'm holding my horses. Oh, it's like if they heard it some other way, how? Like I'm assuming that headpiece was something that Mr. Latouche was wearing, but why were they wearing it? Was it not? Was it not like? Were they not able? Like, would it not make sense to be able to contact Lamiwar at a moment's notice using an earpiece? Maybe that's how they heard it. I don't know. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. It's just silly. How can you call him a good pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Oh, hey, we're consulting the tome. Let me open up the tome real quick. Am I bad at love? I don't... I'm not going to say that no one's bad at love, because there are people who are, but I don't think I am. I think I'm pretty good, you know? I think I'm pretty good at making people feel good and important and special and known in my life, or at least I'd like to think that I'm good at that. I could be completely wrong, to be fair. I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Latouche up that tower. I used to not like high places, and now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too. Huh, no kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Well, yeah, I'd be scared of heights too if I fell into literally the fastest river in the nation that anything that drops into it is basically considered dead and lost forever and got out of it with just a fucking cold. Like, I'd be scared of heights too, man. Look at all those electronics. Tiddling. There's nothing really here. I'm afraid of heights in general. I mean, valid, you know. It's valid to be as scared of heights. But, like... you have to wonder how it got back here. I'm just saying, the diamond could still be in that river. It probably is, to be fair. Pretty old model for such a nice place. Guess they don't care about sound quality, as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make the music worse. Good speakers cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo? Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. What? But that's almost $600! Wait, your allowance is $60 a year? $5 a month? $5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for stereo. That's so messed up. I mean, understandable. Phoenix isn't exactly rolling in it, but like, jeez. Seeing these mirrors makes me think of a dressing. It is a dressing room, my man. Is there nothing we can show? Only what I've heard or felt. Okay, I was thinking maybe you could hear keys, because you jingle keys. But I guess that's a bit too forward. Something undeniable. Something undeniable that you can read. I can't, like, show them any, like... I can't show them any, like, profiles. They're not blind. They can see. Maybe I go back. Can I talk to Trucy here? Darian did it. Lamiwar dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian. Lamiwar says she's never forgotten a voice. That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what it's called. Somehow I don't think it means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian, even? You bet I did! He's one of the Gaviniers' guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All of the Gaviniers have rock-solid alibis. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lamiwar heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Someone's either wrong or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up silly names? That's what the name stands for, actually. Yeah. Anyway, you think that they're investigating Lamiwar? But why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances, is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know that he was working on something. Wonder if it has something to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean, something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What's that Mr. Latouche guy up there? I'm sorry, who the fuck? Brucey? Was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me! I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Yeah, it's more of a oh, you know? Who the fuck are you? Whenever the mundane gives way to miracles, the word is whispered. Gramarye. Hey, the other day! Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He's wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly! We meet again. Nice to meet you! Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you! Uncle Valent! Uncle Valent? He's your uncle! No, silly! It's the great Gramarye Valent Gramarye! The Grand Magician! Yes, it is I, the great Valent Gramarye, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking at me like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years, to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but, what is the great magician doing, giving us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear your sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's sure. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo! His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling over the enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Yeah, you mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Huh? Lucy's real father? I'm sorry, but you know... What the... My track... What was that? I went... What happened there? What kind of tracking, failure was that? I got sent to the center of the screen and started... That was creepypasta level. What the hell? No! Stop it, you rinky-dink camera! God! Oh, Jesus. Troop Gramarye. Also, an ad's gonna be starting in 5 minutes. Do I go through this? Or do I wait for the ad to start and then end? I'll wait. Lets me open up my snackies for the day. There we go. Got Dot's Homestyle Pretzels, honey mustard flavored. Emphasis more on the mustard than the honey, which I do appreciate. Because, I'll be real, what are you doing? I'm going into my tracking settings real quick. I'll be right back. There we go. That way you guys can still hear. It might be doubled, though, whenever I talk. Maybe. Hopefully not. There we go. Where were we again? Oh, right. Troop Grammary? Wait, Apollo? Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammary. Why... Trucy. Why would I know about Troop Grammary? Troop Grammary, huh? No, I don't. I really don't. But it does kind of sound... So wait, it does sound familiar? Oh, lost life! Lamentably listless lad! To not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet! Valiant Grammary. The name begins to surface to mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park! So I hate... One sec. That better? There we go. Trucy, that's a crime. Those are crimes. I mean, the cruise ship, maybe not. That could have been a publicity stunt, but blowing up an entire amusement park, that's a crime. Oh, and he made all the gold disappear from a safe. Now that is literally a crime. And then escaped from a high security prison, and that is also that. So, Trucy, I'm going to have you explain magic tricks, and I'm going to tell you if they're crimes or not, because that seems to be what we're doing. You said he's a magician? I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammary. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like, weren't you a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammary. Yes, Zach. Zach Grammary. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. No way. Trucy's father. Once upon a time, Troop Grammary included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valiant Grammary, and my partner, Zach Grammary. And this Zach he was my real daddy. Trucy's father a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valen. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum the first time in 7 years, I could fain not contain my emotion. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend the poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Truth Grammary. Will you watch it? I'm looking for anything. I see the fire in that one. So we saw this last time, and I'm trying to see. Hey. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious. There's more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. This valiant Grammary is good reason to be here today. I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Hey, the first things first. Hi, I'm an attorney. What's this? You wouldn't ask for a miracle free of fee? Then thy wish be granted, thy will be done, thy evidence evicted into the ether. No evicting, please! My badge! Are all magicians like this, I wonder? Okay. Well, thank you, I guess, but like, I can't show that to her. There's not gonna be anything different. Actually, why am I... I can just ask you about the thing. Why would you give this to me? Obviously it's important. Why... I was wondering. That stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lamiwar vanishing and reappearing? Excuse you. Oh, that? I guess I'm used to seeing that happen. I didn't even notice. So young, to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert! Why, of course. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it's all done? Of course! I'm like a deity with the stage as my domain. Domain expansion. Grammary hole! I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly, but fixed my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? You don't ask a magician his secrets, Apollo! Hey now! Trucy, That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not! Mine alone. For illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh, don't even ask. I want to answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valen Crammery, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valen. You should stay a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked through the door. Normally. It's actually really fucking funny. Oh, God, that's good. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valen Crammery. Got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamiwar disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. Backstage hallway. What about you? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other? Remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Valen Crammery. Was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Crammery made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? Ah, I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled on a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? It's been lying there since the day before yesterday! Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What do you think? This is one of our heads. Everyone on staff wears one during the concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you. We'll give it to the prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. But can I put it on? Transceiver. All concert staff wore one. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. Might warrant some further inquiry. 10-4 that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigation. Make her sound like she's some kind of forensics investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Well, surely if I go to maybe here? Nope. Maybe the stage. Maybe Gavin is there. Hey! This is what they were waiting on. That song. Is that the one Lamiwar was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. Oh, I'd love to do a show on stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full and as one audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh! That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy! And indeed it is. Uncle Valent! What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. The Lamiwar teleportation illusion! Woo! Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon my troupe. As I went about exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valent can shed some light on this whole thing for us. Sure, man, sure. Hey, the first things first. You know about this headset here? Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is the stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye. True. You're getting on in years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh? That's not how I was seeing it. So he does care about what I have to show him. I get the point. Lamiwar's illusion. I was wondering about the show on the night of the murder. Lamiwar's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the Purple Prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear like a dream." Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There's none of that convenience for stages built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. He disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel? People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom-made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troupe Grammary are concerned. So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And went well it did. Now, speaking of piano, that piano over there troubles me. Troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go and check it out for myself. What about Troupe Grammary? I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grammary, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television! Something of that sort. Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo! Or everyone tells him that and he makes a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Grammary. He was the one who began the great Troupe Grammary. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV that there was. Him with his breakdancing turtle and strangely off-kilter elephant. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's just not true! I still went to all your shows! Like the one in the parking lot down at the supermarket! When you start playing in a supermarket parking lot, you know you're in trouble. Yeah, it's the troop version of having a spirit Halloween take over your store during the Halloween season. We hone our skills at these small venues, always waiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity, onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammar, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean, yes, Zach Grammary. Brucey's father. Okay, so I'm assuming that you mean partner as in, like, partner in a show? Because for a split second, I mean, to be fair, it could be also. Well, no, because your uncle, your uncle. Like, sure, you guys are it's not implied that you're family, but that'd just be weird calling your dad's partner uncle. Ugh, gross. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammary in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Grammary! Zack and Valen. Our founder, Magnifi Grammary, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made the whole jumbo jet go. What happened to the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valent and Zack were the shining stars of the Grammary crown. Cool, huh? And Zack Grammary was my daddy. Now that Magnifi and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valent Grammary, who brings the Grammary miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. How do you manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? That's one big piano. Huh. No, he can't play either. Kinda feel bad for this guy now. Maybe he's my big chance. Stand back. This could be my debut as a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. Click. I think something's stuck in the piano. I'm gonna take a look under the hood. Huh? Look! This was stuck between the strings! There ain't no goddamn way. There ain't no goddamn way that they pulled off the lighting the guitar trick on fire with a fucking Looney Tunes bit. That's literally a Looney Tunes bit. That's Yosemite Sam that's Daffy Duck putting an explosive under the last key, Bugs Bunny playing it wrong, and then him going, no, it's like this, and then playing the whole thing, and it sounds beautiful, and then he blows up at the end. That is literally what they did. That is a Looney Tunes ass bit, not letting this game get away with it. Looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Okay, good. Good. It's not that the piano made it happen. Okay, I was worried. I was about to say. Easy. Okay, let's see what this is all about. What does the switch do? The switch sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't. You'll blow up the whole Coliseum. Apollo, please. I think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. What kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it by our busy times? Alright, Trucy P.I., please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room. A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Words cannot express my shock. Actually, that was found in Machi's piano. Why was that in Machi's piano? Why was that in there? Machi, you got some splaining to do. God damn it. Maybe this one? Nope. Okay. So no, thank you. Okay, well, obviously it isn't here. We'll go this way instead. Detention Center, Sunshine Coliseum. Backstage. Maybe here? Maybe now's the time for the Gaviniers' dressing room. No? But... What do you mean, no? Where else? I just... What am I supposed to talk? I can't show it. Do I show it to Lamy War? They can't see it. They don't even know that this thing exists. As far as they're concerned, this is some random thing I found out of the trash. See? I'm so confusion. Found this on stage. It's a switch for something. That's all I know about it. Am I just... Where am I supposed to go? It can't be far. It's somewhere in this place. Do I talk to Lamy War? Do you have something to tell me? No, of course you don't. Someone, somewhere, is telling, like, it's got you. Okay, so... Maybe it's something in here? No, just push it, god damn it. Not there. Maybe it is in Gavin's room. Do I still need to talk to does Grammary have more stuff to talk about? Because I don't think he does. He doesn't. What do you think the thing was doing there? Throwing things inside pianos can't be good for them. Not to mention you wouldn't be able to play whatever notes go with the strings it was on. The piano was fine during the concert. That must mean it was thrown in here after Machi played. Maybe someone threw it in here. Surely... Like... There's not many places I can go. Do I have to examine some stuff for stuff to happen? Here, have a piece of candy. Gee, thanks! She must not get a lot of presents. With it. No clues here. I'm legitimately stuck. I don't know what to do. Because I'm talking to everybody, and I've gotten everything. One sec. I'm gonna look this up because I hate the fact I have to look it up because like I shouldn't have to. Like, I've been, like, there's been a lot of blind faith for the last little bit, but, like, I shouldn't have to look anything up, right? Talk to Trucy. Yellow guy comes in. Troop Grammary. Videotape. Present videotape. Disappearing act. Valiant will leave you through the door normally. Talk to Machi. You see Machi here. Talk about all the available topics. Move to Sunshine Coliseum. Move to Backstage Hallway. You see Lamiwar. Voice. Machi. Latouche. Darkness. Present videotape. Present headset. Talk to Valen. Examine switch. Lamiwar's dressing room. Emma is in here and is of course not happy about Latouche and Clavier. She hasn't found anything, but noticed something strange. Talk to Emma. The trial today Machi can see, so he can see the revolver in the vent, but that's not what Lamiwar said. She said when she heard Darien when the crime was executed. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to, like... One sec, because am I missing something, or... Like, I've talked about everything. I've examined everything. Did I not present something? You said all the concert staff were wearing one. You need one to communicate. Everyone on the staff had one. And all of the band members too. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. I think someone wouldn't notice if they had dropped their only communication lifeline. Why is this one lying here? Oh, so now you show up. Now you... Okay. I need to calm down. I'm an adult. I love that TikTok audio, by the way. That's not fair. They meant... I need to calm down. I'm an adult. Yummy Pebbles. Welcome in, Bin. I have, for the first time in a while, had to... No, not you. We've been dealing with like... There's been a lot of blind faith during this first section, and I finally got so stuck that I had to look it up, and it turns out I forgot to show information about a piece of evidence, even though more than likely it would make sense that person knew about the evidence, so we should have been able to ask them about it in the talk section. And no, but we have to present that evidence that they haven't seen because they're blind, but they know about because we brought it up to them. It was like an extra step that was keeping everything from progressing. Mm-hmm. Go on, munch. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking grumpy as ever. Oh, I'm supposed to be happy? You give me a second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, right? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Two-factor authentication. Exactly. I got two-factor authentified. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. I'm not gonna find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? In the neighborhood? Who are you gonna call? Apollo Justice, apparently. Well, first things first. The trial today. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Yeah, you've met the quota. How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me out to think a little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see! Could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamy Ward's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right! Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing for once? For once in a while in this country! literally every person in law enforcement in this goddamn game. Probably it's like, why can't we just have a straightforward killing? Why can't we just have, yeah, this guy murdered this guy, and it was cut and dry? Why does everything have to involve interrogating a goddamn parrot? That Phoenix Wright kid showed up, and now everything's topsy-turvy. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was it true what you said in court today? You know about the case? About how everything just happened according to the song lyrics? The guitar's serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lamiwar flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latous's life. And then he went into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up, at least. Kinda hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it! You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. Couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it! Sometimes I worry about that girl. Something strange? No. Yo, it's Newt! Welcome in, Newt Raiders! You all were playing Final Fantasy XIV! I hope you all had a lovely day. My name is Term, and I'm the XLO of the Lighthouse. I do my best to create a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. Also, I haven't seen that emote yet. That is a very well-animated emote. It is very funny. Thank you for the follow, Pupcake. Always a pleasure. I hope you all had a lovely time. Currently we're playing some Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I keep wanting to say Phoenix Wright, but it's not Phoenix Wright, it's Apollo Justice. I know, right? Vine Boom. Coda made it. It's so good. It looks amazing. Honestly, there's a part of me that's like, I need to get one of those for an animated emote at some point. But I guess technically I could get Pitchfork as that one. Pupcake is me. Oh god. But yes, I hope you all have had a lovely stream so far. I am assuming that it was very fun. You got a lot of fun stuff. We're currently playing some Apollo Justice. I'll be real. I have some time. I can explain kind of what's going on at the moment. Pitchfork would be so cute, especially because it's got that little star patch on the back, like on the very top, but where the tail is. So like it would. I don't know. I think it would be adorable. I might try and contact Koba later just to be like, oh, thank you for the stretchies, much appreciated. Ooh. Need to not be a shrimp. I'm an axolotl. Both of us, well, no, not both of us aren't normally pink, but shrimp do make flamingos pink. So maybe there's a connection there. So I'm gonna get to the let me get to the court record, and I can kind of explain what's happened. So we went to a concert with this piece of sheet music, right? This is the lyrics that were going to be played at the new debut song. Only a couple people knew about this song, so. These people were Clavier, Romain Latouche, Lamiwar, Machi Tabai, and Darian Crescent. All these people were part of the musical show and thus had idea about what the lyrics were. Everything that happened in that song happened later that day as part of a big crime that had occurred. Specifically, the murder of Romain Latouche. Romain Latouche is the manager of Lamiwar and Machi Tabai. Lamiwar is a singer from Borginia who knows English and in fact is blind, but has been pretending to not be blind for years. Instead, they're like the person who plays with them, their pianist, Machi Tabai, has been pretending to be blind, to cover for Lamiwar, but also as a bit of a publicity stunt for the both of them. It only recently came to light that this Machi Tabai has been accused of the murder of Romain Latouche, and supposedly Lamiwar claims that they heard Darian Crescent talking to Latouche right before the murder, which is interesting. I go eep. You go eep. Enjoy eep. Speaking of, if any of you at all need to do your after stream care, if any of you need to go and do a stretchy, that includes you, Newt. If you need to go and head out somewhere, hang with some people, got other plans, feel free. Stream can take it out of people, so make sure to do that after stream care. Oh, also, Romain Latouche is apparently an undercover Interpol agent. Yeah, that I think that's about it. I think that fills in everything that we needed to know. Okay, something strange. So what did you find? It's so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. But I found this under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think? I haven't a clue what. Well, based on that little device there with the wick, it looks like it's meant to ignite. And considering it's on this little PCB with what looks like an antenna of some kind, I'm assuming it's like a remote igniter. Like it's supposed to go, and that would explain why Clavier Gavin's guitar burst into flames. The bit sticking up from the end looks familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Ooh, like on a Beetle. Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Huh. So, an electronic signal like this? Do you think you could take a look at this? Huh. A small device looks like a transmitter. Transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what. So, a signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know what strange object that you said you found? Oh yeah, this? Let me try pressing this switch. It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. See, I told you. It's a remote igniter. I also need to get somebody to... I need to get some more... I need to prune the list of stream avatars that I have currently. And I need to get I need to get some other friends' stream avatars made. I need to do that. We've had the early adopts of all the stream avatars. I think it would be nice to cut that off from other people and make it so it's just a friend thing, so people know. That way I know where people are. I think that would be fun. I need to get one for Newt. I need to get two for Newt. Because I need one for Newt and I need one for Tonar. I need one for both of you. I think that'd be adorable. Just a little, you know. And then, like, I don't know, maybe a third one just for Sally. But I'm not sure. But like, I'm not sure if anyone. Well, no one would use it because there's only two people who could. Well, I guess technically Newt could, but I think you. I'm assuming you'd want your Dream Demon. That would just a little Dream Demon Scrimblow at the bottom of the screen. Oh, this part must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. You literally pressed the button and said, "Let's try this out." Like that. Like, sure, you didn't know what would happen, but that doesn't mean you didn't press the button, Apollo. I suppose at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. Yeah, but emphasis on hand, because you probably burned it. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you! You weren't the one holding it. That's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know that this remote is for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Remote trigger updated. Incidentally, if you look at the cross-sectional diagram of the stage area... Let's see, 30 feet from Lamiwar's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover some of the stage. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Sir, we literally saw a guitar catch fire. Of course someone's using it on stage. It was intentional. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere, then. I feel better just knowing that what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Not at the crime scene. Well, before we do any of that, I gotta investigate. All these little parts are pretty complex, but I'm guessing that's where the fire comes out. Other than that, yeah, there's a little, like, a spark wheel. I'm assuming there's some flint pushed in from the side, on the inside of that, so that way when, probably a servo motor spins, it would, like, grind against that flint, and create a spark that would then light this wick that probably is connected to the actual, like liquid on the inside. Probably, it could be no, it's not butane, because it's well, it might be, no, it's whatever, like, you put into, like, those lighters, you know, the ones with the wicks. I mean, I'm blanking on the name. The ones that, like, you see every detective use, and it's really cool, you know? Good thing machines run even if you don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. Oh, wow, they actually... Wow. That's on a whole breadboard. Okay, well, that's good enough, I guess. Guess we'll move. Maybe now I can take this to Machi to be like, what is this? Why is it here? Answers, child! Oh, hey. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Arian? Well, that old back opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Arian isn't in the best mood, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin has to go and rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid! Rock solid! Okay, so, your alibi? So about your alibi, you have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. Yeah, that's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots, and then we found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See, this whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. Hommywar's fault. He was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. And I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin! Says I gotta lie low till my suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. I'm not making that joke. Except when he's depressed. Well, now I really want to make the joke. Can you not? You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing boards? And then there was the performance just now. What was all that about? This part is off. Which is that, Second guitar? It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy. Really. Well, I think the Gavineers are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune. I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out! I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office! Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on! Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. And tell him I want into that crime scene. Well, we'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yeah? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when that happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll make it myself. Shit, I've always wanted to eat humble pie. It sounds like it'd be delicious. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Well, speaking of, Gavin's office is waiting. Oh, wait. God, ads have begun. I didn't realize. No! No! Oh, thankfully it was only a minute ago. Okay. Okay. It was about a week ago. It was all good. It's all good now. They're always worrying me, you know? There we are. Now we wait for the stuff to be done, you know? Just in the meantime. The transmitter could have come from the dressing room, but it could also have come from the... Why would they be trying to get into contact? Why would they have Gavin's key? That's the real thing I'm wondering. Because like why did they sure to fit with the song, but they needed the keys to get into they needed the keys to get into his guitar case. And so, and to put the because the igniter was put into his guitar blew, it got set on fire. Shame, real shame. Hate it when a musical instrument goes down like that. It happened at least once a year during band camp. It just had to happen. But the that they had to have gotten in there and put that in there. But why did Latouche have it? Latouche couldn't have been the person, right? He couldn't have been the person who was setting it all up, and then the murder just kind of happened. It was a fluke that happened during that time, right? Huh. Well, also, my word, Gavin, this is your office? Man's got the ultimate gamer chair. You've got so many guitars. You have a little single hand guitar on your desk. I don't even know what to say about this. Is that your computer? You got the 3-monitor setup? Man. So this is it. The Gavineers' head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever? It's like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet, like. That's eavesdropping. Let's do it. Why? We'd just be waiting quietly so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Latouche? Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? Times like these when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Oh! Hiya! Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tea in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers. Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom. What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Oh, first things first. Here's my badge. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk about details of the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. And if you don't want your information stolen, you can thank today's... God, I'm gonna be scared if I ever start getting like VPN sponsorships, because I'm not gonna. You know what I'd have to do if that ended up happening? I'd have to talk to Tech Husband and be like, hey, like legitimately, like I don't understand this, and I don't want to just be shilling something that's not gonna do something. I'd have to talk. I'd be like, hey Sky, can I get a meetup with Tech Husband to know about what the heck this is? That'd actually be fun, like a PowerPoint presentation from Tech Husband about different like internet safety protocols and things like that. You can steal that, Sky. I think that would be a hilarious stream just to bring him on and be like, okay, so this is how it goes. You know? There we go. Well, let's examine first. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. Never guessed it wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar. Incidentally, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the result he came up with, intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. Look at all those guitars! Why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They're like my lovers. I did not just hear him say that. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitar while he watches? That might be a little too rocking. Of course I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man that would do such a thing to one he loved? No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin God of Rock? The view is exhilarating, yeah? I sit here gazing down upon the city, writing my song. Try working on cases. It is the same thing. I write lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is the harmony between logical mind and the primal spirit within. Is it so hard to admit that you like staring out your window and daydreaming? What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused. I was wondering where the work chair in this office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair, isn't it? That is an ergonomic. I love the ones with vibrating rollers on the back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. Yeah, it's ergonomic. That's prosecutor talk for massage chair. This display shows all the evidence for the case. Look, Apollo, he's got 3 televisions! Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once? I wish I had 3 TVs. What would you possibly do with 3 television sets? I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality I'm quite busy, you know. I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases, but if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch up on the crime dramas all at once! Oh god, I hate how much I relate to Trucy. Listen, I unironically listen to videos on YouTube at 2 times speed, to the point where when I listen to a video normally, it sounds wrong. Like, I know that's awful. Like, so many of you are probably gonna be like, how in the heck do you focus on? And that's the problem. I can't focus if it's not going fast enough. I just can't. The first 2 seem useful, I suppose. Wow, look at that stereo! To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume, even when I'm working on a case. It's such a huge speaker, it must be really loud! This room is completely soundproof, of course. Really? In my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn on the VCR to record something. Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out? And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training. Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright, too! What's on that plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing on it when the phone rang? So he put it on a plate for later consumption. You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick. Don't jump to any conclusions. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call... Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object. Whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to! Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter! To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Well, that's... Before I do anything else, let me, because I think you should see this. My apologies, but there's... Okay. I thought, if you don't want to know why your guitar burst into flames, that's on you. The case. Ah, that reminds me. You see the paper today? Yes! I always read the TV section. Good girl. Now, how about you, her forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy? The Prosecutor's Deadly Song? Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a new show, it's an article. News? You know? Oh, does that have something to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It's endless. Endless! Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, this was all Apollo's idea. Hey! The newspaper over there, too? Ah, yes, the Bohemian Daily Bugle. Go on, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there at Bell. Although they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics of my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't seem the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Lamivar's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamivar was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case? Quickly, if possible. The Guitar's Serenade. I really love that song. It had such great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamivar, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone on tour of Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamivar's voice. It was a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk to her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Prosecutor really does have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trudy? Trudy? Brucey. Not Trudy. It's a different character. That's a judge. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on the guitar that I borrowed from Lamivar. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer could ever have, like Apollo. This is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean the charred lump? Don't call it a lump! That's a piece of history! And it's only brown, not really charred. No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used the guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during the song? Why does the guitar suddenly catch fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Lamivar's guitar. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamivar. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamivar's studio. I used special shipping service available to me to use for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. The prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. One sec while I... No, you don't worry, Prosecutor Gavin. All right. Slightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burned clean through! Yep, pretty much a useless piece of junk. Kinda like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part? The burned clean through or the useless piece of junk part? Trying to see if there's any mark that shows the, like... Something about intriguing results from the examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood, just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. Come on. Okay. We're back. So, for those of you that missed it, it's a replica of something. A replica. It's a small round lump about 1.5 inches long. Ugh. Jesus. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used in the identification of whatever it is the replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after? They seem to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me for a line. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you can just say so. I put in a requested interval via my contacts in Boginia. But apparently there's a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Boginia does not want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to become Lamiwar's manager, just to come to the country to find out more about this lump, and he died for it. Welcome in backstage! Huh. Sample! Oh my god. Sample. Think they have a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yeah, they might think it was otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic. No, it'd be a giant multicolored multivitamin. The manufacturer's sample toys, where you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Also looks 3D printed. So I'm gonna catch you up real quick backstage. So just give me a sec while I do that. If I go to the court record. So I can't stay because I'm in a VC with two friends, and one's playing the new WWE game. Just wanted to stop by and get my pebbles. Valid. Then I'll go ahead and then I'll let you get to it. Send someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lami Bar. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Bolginian. So, Clavier. Can I call you Clavier? Has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lamiwar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh? Thank you for dropping by, her forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for example. Oh, that! I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Well, perhaps you're just a tad naive. I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing him felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right! I've been thinking, her forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal. To discover the truth. That is why I like to keep a relationship civil. Yeah? That's all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fräulein? Can I ask why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. I like Clavier. I think that they're very nice. I'll definitely be watching the VOD later tonight, though. Nice. Oh. I like Clavier. I think that they're sick. I think that they're neat. I like the fact that they're just like, you know what? You know, you're very nice, and maybe a tiny bit naive, Apollo. And then Apollo calling them out, being like, I mean, you did the same thing. And they're like, you know what? Maybe I did. Maybe this is a good thing. Sharing evidence between people. Just because we're on opposite ends of the spectrum doesn't mean that we can't help each other, you know? It's such a better I bet like Apollo's sitting here just talking to like Mr. Right, just being like, yeah, and like, you know, we've come to an understanding of this thing, and Phoenix is just like, I had to go through years of not trusting. I have not, like, every prosecutor I ever met always had it out for me. They were ready to get to slit my they were ready to grab me by the neck and throw me until eventually I gained their trust. This guy's like two things, and it's like, I mean, I did put his brother away, so I'm surprised he's not angry about that. Oh, hello. While she's in questioning, police must have the Virginian interpreter. It's no fair. I wish we could talk to him. Guess we'll just have to come back later. Guess so. July 9th. Oh, it's you! You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamiwar is? I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah. That's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamiwar's missing? Hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own, being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Backstage hallway, July 9th. Place is deserted. Wonder where Lamiwar went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. Stage? Oh no, you gave me the full black screen for this. In the wings. We're not even halfway there. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. Power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes! It was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamiwar has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of... Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Does something about the stage seem different to you? Like something's changed. Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. Wait, yeah, why is this closed? A case! Wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo! Lamiwar! Emma, we have to get Emma! Lamiwar was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days. In too many. July 9th, 5:53 p.m., Hickfield Clinic waiting room. Emma, how is Lamiwar? Is she okay? Ah, we owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. We found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she... Trucy! How could she not see... Oh, wait a minute. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lamiwar! Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? You were attacked. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to the dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment, I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. No! It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me and I couldn't hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power of the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. There was that contrabass case near the stage. That's where I hid. The assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Sounds like a really close call. The assailant? You have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. Be sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means that, likely an adult, probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lamiwar? The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer. I do not know. What's this about? Lamiwar, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Lutus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. She was during the case, so she was in the case during the murder attack? No, we just found her. Like they were not in the case during the murder. Well, I guess technically if we wanted to do the disappearing act they could have, but I don't think that's how the disappearing act happened. He was after? You know, in his secret identity. He was an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Probably because it's a fake nationality with fake customs and fake treasures. Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Yeah, what's a Borginian cocoon? Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know this. It's a cocoon, so you get silk from it? I don't know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought she said all Borginians knew these. There's one fact I do know about that cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. What is that? The cocoons. They're not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they'll be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. But that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Lutus was placed in as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia's small and a sheltered country. Not many of our people venture out into the world outside. That's why they suspected you. But Mr. Lutus wasn't Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. But, like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Lutus and Lamiwar marked. Couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamiwar. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it's within my power. I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes. Yes, of course. I'll accompany you. Huh? But where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. July 9th. Detention Center visitor. Machi, I came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lamuar? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do you mean by secret? Well... if I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? You got a reaction! A big one! Machi, you didn't! Brucey and I are trained to see people's uncertainties. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me, what is this all about? Lamiwar, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it. He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. The cocoon. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon. The silk is a very potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis! Incuritis! There's no shot. A cure for incuritis! Oh, God. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives that you could save by sharing the medicine! I do not understand the reason myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little! Well, you're only 15, and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true, I'm sort of a magician. You said sort of? Oh, to have a copy of that security camera on tape! Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? Hmm? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, and now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Machi really did bring one into the country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death. This meeting's over. I'm sorry, since when do you have a fucking say in this? Suspect? Tyrion? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over. There's a call from Machi from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Give us 5 more minutes. We can call back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Tyrion, wait! I never liked either. Huh? Torm has a badge. I always have a badge when I play Phoenix Wright because I am a lawyer. I am a lawyer. You see my badge? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! And there can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. To be continued. We're gonna figure this out. Taking a small snack break. July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day that it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after. Sorry. No go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close! He was about to tell us! Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What? What was that? He is heard, but unseen. Who was that talking? Valiant Grammary! I exclaimed as he walked through the door, normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition! How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for all the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. This is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump onto the express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand grammary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about the illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lemmy Ward's disappearing act. The prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being the root of all that happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir? Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. This trial will not be commencing until 10:30. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business? Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Wait. Doesn't Darian have connections to the police force? Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. Incuritis. Oh. If you care to read about it yourself. Incuritis. Where have I'll let you read the article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV Guide page for me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Aww. Before we continue... No, I'm reading about this. Disease strikes closer to home than ever. First case in the country. Okay, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here. First case in the country? What if, and stay with me here, what if incuritis, like these Borginian cocoons do not cure incuritis, but cause it? I'm gonna leave that as food for thought. My apologies for the delay. Court's now in session for the trial of... How do you say this name again? Machi Tabai. Our suspect fortissimo. That is not your voice. I am sorry. Right. This trial, in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to roll. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students, and it pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Yo! Thanks, Sky! Pitchfork probably isn't going to say anything, because unfortunately we had a stream crash, and that fucks up his pull string. But thank you so much for 23 months. God, it's been almost 2 years. 2 years of being friends with one of the only plush dragons that I've ever gotten to meet. And the other one getting to be Rob. You both are amazing. I want you to know that. Thank you for being here. Yeah, also, you're sick. And also, Hank is keeping an eye on you. You make sure to get well soon, okay? You eat lots of soup. You eat lots and lots of soup. Because that's good for you. That's good for you when you're sick. I mean, it's good for you anytime, but it's especially good for you when you're sick. Okay? Oh. Incuritis, was it? I hope the article said there's no known cure. I've been sleeping a lot. Oh, well, that's also good. Sleep does a body good. But some of the best time is some of the time where you're able to heal the most, I feel. Guzzling soup! Just like putting it into a hydro flask and just down the hatch, you know? Oh, God. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Yo! There they are! The soup choppers! Watch them go! Oh, there they are. Goodbye. Indeed. We left off on quite a juncture yesterday. I asked the Interpol about the number. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under that number was Romaine Latour. Thank you for looking into it for us, Detective Crescent. It is a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it! Wait! That voice just now! It was him! I'm sure of it! It was him? That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired! It was him! Mr. Darien! No way! Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in this season's cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavinier. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, her forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night on the shooting was set in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamivar, and Machi, along with a drummer and a bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lamivar, the defendant, Machi Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out during the crime scene. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamivar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, as she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible! Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on the stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamivar was, sadly, mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections...
Apollo, if he declares a verdict now, Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamivar must have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday at the detention center? About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death?
This meeting's over.
Darian? Machi was trying to tell us something. I know it! Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath.
Very well. The court finds the defendant... What was his name again?
Your Honor!
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or... Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls the defendant, Machi Tobai, to the stand.
But he doesn't speak English!
Well, use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and, there's the toilet. The defense would like to request Lamivar as an interpreter.
Lamivar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Bravo, her forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamivar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress!
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamiwa to the witness stand.
There they are. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? You're telling me at no point has a person who could not speak this language has ever been tried in court and asked to testify using an interpreter. That has never happened before. Because I think you're a liar. Either that, or this country just assumes that if you can't stand on the witness stand, if you can't communicate, then you're guilty. Which honestly, I wouldn't put it past this country. Had to be begun. We're gonna do great. I promise. We're gonna do amazing. They really don't need to make the ambient music of this game such a bop, you know? It's like, I could imagine just this being like, maybe it's just because of like the dinging in the background. It has almost like chapel vibes almost, you know? Like a dungeon that where you fight like someone who's trying to become God, you know, like JRPG type shit. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I've been playing too much Tales of Symphonia, which might be a case, but I feel like Zach would be like, "Hey, no such thing. No such thing as too much tale." Wait, no, that's wrong. Too many tales? No, too much Symphonia. That's better. Also, frog time. According to Bin, anyway. It is frog time. Speaking of frog, this isn't a good segue. But, you know what is a good segue? I don't know good segues. But, I really just want to talk about the fact we had an upload today. And you all should watch it and support the channel and subscribe. Because we're getting close to 500 subs on YouTube. Also, if you're on YouTube and you're checking out the VODs, hi VOD watchers! It's wonderful to see you. I know that you guys don't get a lot of recognition during the VODs, so I want to say hi, hello. It's very D&D session OST. It very much is. It very much is. But hello everybody. Hello VOD watchers. It's wonderful to see you. Oh. I hope you're having a lovely time. Duck, that's a much better segue for the Duck Detective video. Oh, God. Oh, God. I hope you're all having a lovely day. I hope you're liking the stream of consciousness that you get your daily, not daily, but like, not semi-weekly, because that semi-daily, that feels wrong. The semi-daily term stream of consciousness, you know? You get to, which isn't always the most coherent. Anyway. Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamivar? Yes. He says Machi Tabai, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom.
Again, you're just convincing me that anytime someone couldn't defend themselves and they couldn't speak English, or like they were guilty. That is all you're telling me right now.
Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular.
So far, so good.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
If I would what, Your Honor?
Would? What? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What would I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought of that far ahead. Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he wanted to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me, a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamiwar.
Just now, Machi said there's something about which he wishes to testify? Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. The suspense is killing me! Killing the whole courtroom. What? What?
Well, Lamiwar.
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony, Machi. Please testify to the court.
Very well. Proof of innocence. He says the word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of the song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He would have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamivar to know the meaning of that song.
Lamiwar?
Did you ever explain the song lyrics to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail. And he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warnings already fled that forehead? Lamivar might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something is hidden in that testimony. I know it! I'll just have to trust my bracelet and tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. So I feel like this is going to be the one, because it only went off whenever we were talking about how there's no way he could understand us. Or in English. He does not understand. You look to Lamiwar during that moment. Because the lyrics are in English.
Gotcha!
There we are. Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamiwar said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for the language. That is all. Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for example? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It's simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in the country these days, you know. They've already begun to report about the case in our homeland. I was right. What's wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Yeah, it doesn't mention the lyrics in your newspaper. It doesn't at all. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there's a feature article about this case. Could you read it for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What's all this about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Borginian newspaper.
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know! He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes! Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up during police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in the courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself. One of you explain!
Machi says, he says...
Yes?
It is true, I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard of the lyrics from me.
What? Is this true, Lamiwar?
Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like our forehead has been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No! No! I was onto something! I know it! I can't let this chance slip away!
Time is of the issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep it cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well, witness.
I understand. It was I who explained the crime. The crime followed the song. I who explained that the crime followed the song. Wait. No, here again. Oh, this is a double! Oh, because they're both here! Oh my god, that's smart. That's smart. I'm hearing that one again. It was I who explained.
Gotcha!
Lamiwar, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lamiwar, are you indeed protecting someone?
That's not a question with a simple answer. To tell you the truth, I don't believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lamiwar, you're protecting... Valid grammar! No.
Take that!
You're protecting Machi. You're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamiwar lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little, only.
What?
First he could see, and now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamiwar. No, I didn't. It's the surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
Last. This is last.
Machi, could you tell us what really happened?
Yo, we're consulting the tome.
We're consulting the tome before we corner this witness. What is today's? That's the same question but in reverse. What kind of person am I when I'm single? Me. I'm me. I am me as I am right now. Ain't that fun? You know? And I'd assume that, like, that would kind of stay, because me being me is me, you know?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct?
Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room. Behind manager. Behind desk. Manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting.
And there's voice.
Voice? Oh, voices! That was you and Emma, Apollo! When Machi went to the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Panel high off, I take off. Run away, run away!
So it was you who escaped through the air vent.
As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
Objection!
No! He clearly denied it.
I no shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justin. Will you require any further testimony? That's it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is! What is this cocoon, anyway? A cocoon. Silk is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? Huh?
He won't tell me.
That cocoon has to have something to do with this! Machi, please, tell us the truth, for your own sake!
No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, her forehead.
You were the one who didn't believe him!
Regardless, that brings us to an impasse.
It does seem the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we're likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course than to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with their defendant so we might proceed.
Oh no. Apollo Eustace. Apollo Eustace! Oh, Apollo Eustace!
That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Leave. I know shooting.
Machi claims that Miss Philitus was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. But suddenly I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I heard revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard gunshots? If that's true,
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots. And you escaped through the air vent? I know.
huh? What do you know?
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
The vents went for both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, wait, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Oh, yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was an architect that designed the hall or something.
No, I think he's just a little guy who went crawling around, because why wouldn't you?
I hear this from magician.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Magician.
Don't look at me!
A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body, and then he heard gunshots. That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. No, that's not how that works. That's what Daddy always told me. Your daddy is a fucking liar. That's not what he did either, man. How do you know that? I don't know. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. What do we do?
You're sure you won't testify? Machi? No talking. No!
Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. He's scared. Well, I guess we'll have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
July 10th, 11:28 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What?
A shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach the case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness of the case, Lamiwar. Lamiwar?
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiwar's testimony was insubstantial.
There's nothing you can... Lamimar was taken to the hospital yesterday with injury.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lamimar dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What? I've heard no such report.
Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Lamimar? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think?
I do. And I think it was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamivar's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly.
If Lamimar was attacked, this is a serious implication. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamivar's testimony once more.
Lamivar, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that much. She is innocent. And I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved that that could not be correct. She couldn't have heard those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out.
Why, please, what the hell? I still don't know what's causing that. Like, seriously. I might need to get a new camera. Might ask... I'll ask some of my streamer friends, like, what I got an iPhone, so you can turn that into a camera if I can connect. I also need to upgrade my PC, because it's been a while. I've had this for a couple years, and it's actually worse than my mods. And I'm not gonna lie, it'd be nice to have a PC that I've put together and that I know how to fix and that I can upgrade piecemeal, you know? Oh, Your Honor. Your Honor. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage. Looks like your VTuber gains sentience and starts barking. It's terrifying. This flesh husk is... Maybe being at the lighthouse has been... Maybe being at the lighthouse for this long, it doesn't have the best effect that I was hoping it would. It becomes alive. Something's taken me over, that's for sure. Is Young possessing me? No, couldn't be. They're a demon. They're not a spirit. That's different. Oh god. I was on my way back from the stage to the backstage exit. That was when I heard them. Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped, and I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry. I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking. It may have to be another demon. I worry if it's another demon. I only need to deal with the one.
I mean, I don't know what they're gonna get from me. Yonk already took my soul. Like that's done and dusted. They keep it on a shelf in the basement. You don't know where that shelf. You don't know that it's on the shelf in the basement. Don't go looking for it. Honestly, accurate.
If everything I've said here is the truth, then it is my distinct displeasure to say that what you have said to have happened is impossible.
Do I have to repeat myself? I need time to grab the uranium flakes for the top shelf. You're not allowed to have that. That's only for dessert. Lamiwar was attacked because of that testimony. Someone took your soul? Yeah, Yonk. Do you not know about Yonk? But Yonk is like one of my best buds. I need to hang out with them more often. I've played their games. They made my original VTuber model. I mean, technically, I would say that they technically owned the lighthouse beforehand, but that's more just because they were kind of trapped in the basement for a little bit, you know? Like, it's more like a squatter's rights situation in that regard, and they were just kind of like, yeah, sure, why not, you know? What? Brucey?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Just. Yonk! Never heard of him. Sorry. Yonk is the person who made my initial VTuber model. They're very sweet, and I think that they're very cool. And they also make cool video games. I'm gonna go ahead and shout them out because they deserve all the love. If you actually check out my card, you can actually access all of their stuff as well. Let me just go ahead and... There we are. Oh, it's socials. There's socials, and then slash shout out Yonk Bunkers. They also didn't they also draw Pitchfork? They did. They did draw Pitchfork. Yonk is just lovely. They're very lovely, and I think that they're cool, and I think that they're neat, and I think that their games deserve more recognition. They hit me with the furry ray, and now I'm furry. That's a bit of a joke, but like Yonk is wonderful. They're great, you know. Very well, Mr. Justin. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped, and then I heard another. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell somebody. Oh, my cat's standing right in between my ribs and it hurts! I wish I could help, but also I don't think... I'm allergic to cats, so I actually can't. I have like a quad weakness to them, so you're on your own. I knew I must tell someone, but... But... Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Erish.
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens!
This may be beside the point, but Lamivar isn't a citizen. Though one would hope that common sense prevails in Boginia as well. Lamivar seems awfully quiet. That's strange. Could she be hiding something? It's as you say, yet at the same time. I knew I must tell someone. No, I think I know why you couldn't tell anybody. I think I know why. couldn't tell anybody because that would ruin the magic, wouldn't it? You'd be like you would have, like, how would you have gotten to the backstage in that way, you know? No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make all the sense. Yeah. Sure, why not? Well, we've only pressed one thing. I need to get more info. Because it's not fitting in my brain right now. The puzzle pieces are there, but they're not clicking. You get it? Yeah, Darien Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that is impossible? There's no way he could have hurt him. Because the window in the scene of the crime was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions, we won't get anywhere. He's right. Maybe there's a different angle? What were they talking about? Do you by any chance remember what they were saying? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Darien Crescent.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now. Which? And the shooter said that to the victim, Mr. Latouche? Thought it was quite strange afterward.
What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light?
I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. Yeah, very vital. Can we add it to the testimony?
Maybe, Apollo? Yes, maybe, if they want. Press the switch now. Wouldn't happen to have been
this switch now, would it?
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the light. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happened I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, it was found at the scene, not at the scene of the crime, but the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held. This was found hidden there, on the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lamiwar heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch?
It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, her forehead. I'd call it an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamivar's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on the stage. They aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have her forehead's cries of possibility fallen short of being heard. Sorry, but you wouldn't have needed to shout it.
Excuse you shouted?
Listen, I know I have an accent, but even I know how to speak. Do you, her forehead?
You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? Yes, you said you shouted it. You shouted it, You shouted at her forehead. It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from the dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would have been easy to get the message to someone by someone shouting it. Just shut up! Stop! Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this.
Why that?
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking?
No. This is a type of transmitter. A communication device. But the worst part is, like, with all this stuff going on with technology these days, I wouldn't be surprised if this was one.
Communications device.
From what I heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these.
Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, actually. Talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio system, the range is quite limited. Lamiwar said it's about 30 feet, right? Look at the cross-sectional diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be!
When Lamiwar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection! You're claiming the switch in question. Why did it have to be on? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. He's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
Ugh. I was sure that this was the way to go. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what that switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case! What's up, Apollo? Apollo? Earth to Apollo! Hello? Hello? Apollo 1. This is your captain speaking. Houston, we may have a problem. We know what the switch is, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
We've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know that this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set on linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is?
Well, it'll be this one right here. Triggered by the remote trigger. Look at that. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this.
That what? It's another one of those newfangled phones! Couldn't even bother to put a case on it, now it's just a circuit board! How am I supposed to call my niece now?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter?
It's like a lighter. They've gotten to the lighters now. I can't even smoke a fat twink in the back office. Jeez, why do you guys let me make jokes all the time? Why do you give me the ability to do this? Why? I shouldn't be allowed to just add in shit right after. Yes, actually. You aren't saying this Stitch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you.
No! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom!
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected.
If my whiskers had caught on fire!
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance?
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lamiwar. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Her forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamivar, and the guitar suddenly catching fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have left for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story simply makes no sense. Think that night my guitar caught fire, yes? The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course! The guitar caught fire during Lamiwar's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, his story makes no sense.
Objection!
Does it, though? Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
What is this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar bursts into flames. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside that guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What?
Order! Order! But that goes against the evidence!
What does, Your Honor?
The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes?
Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look! Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose?
Reversed? Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flames. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way.
Order! Order! That would explain the most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the orders of the event to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it had. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. You've given us reason as to why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning.
Flawed?
Yes, a contradiction there, Forehead. One I pointed out several times, no less. At this time of the crime, the small window of the scene was closed. How could Lamivar have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact. But you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamivar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look what we have. A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamivar heard a voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justin, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamivar heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamivar able to hear the voice? The window wasn't open. She does have divine hearing, but not that much. I think she was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through the window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be able... Oh, that's fucking racist, man! Like, I know the last two that we... No! Clavier! You're better than this! As I was saying, Lamivar could not hear the voice through the window. There's only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
do amuse me so. And here I thought you had a good sense when you were back on speaking terms. Whoa! Jesus! Now I'm afraid you and Goodsten speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you her forehead? Lamivar clearly stated she heard a voice through the small window. I'm gonna throw through a window, and there was only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is?
I know that look. He wants us to ask him.
Throw them through it.
Very well, you claim Lamivar heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, just show us where the location is. Come on. Come on. You know you wanna.
Lamivar heard the voice from here. From where? No, from where? Oh, wait!
Take that!
Does this look like a small window to you?
The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society.
I didn't ask for you to point out a window of society. I wanted a window on the crime scene.
No points for trying. Also, she's blind, so like... Fuck, I thought they were in the vents. I thought that's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, that was the window, quote unquote. Also, they're fucking blind. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Oh my god! This is where Lamivar heard that voice from.
But that's no small window. That's the air vent.
So is the other thing, but you didn't care for that one. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine that she would call an air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous into ludicrous! So Lamivar was in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes.
Logical?
I do not think this word means what you think it means, her forehead. Okay. What about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamivar be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. No, it's no trouble. I was already offended by your Borginian comment. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamivar? You had been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it has me quite confused since yesterday. The small window was closed, but why could that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. That's what you get. The problem here is word. Lamivar, the small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What?
Order! Order! I will have order!
Oh, this isn't even the craziest the courtroom has been.
Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up on above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined I would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another test.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please?
Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. That was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy.
Also, ads have begun. I didn't even realize ads were gonna happen. I should have known, because I literally have a thing that says ads will start in 5 minutes. But hey, you know, sometimes things don't go that way. Sometimes you just don't read the thing that you see because it's in pink, and you're used to seeing pink in chat all the time because it's, you know, it's just kind of how it is. You know, you made pink your branding, and like, which is weird because like for the first like couple months, your entire like your entire place was like green with purple accents, which made no goddamn sense. Like, what were you trying to do at the time? Were you trying to make it like a swamp or something like that? And what would the purple be? What would the purple even be? And that doesn't make any sense. And then eventually you settle on the lighthouse design. Everything looks nice and good, but like it's just not quite fitting right. You know, you don't quite get it. And then eventually you commission a friend, and they fucking get it spot on, and like it's amazing, and you do all these fun little things with it, and you're so excited, but you can't show it all at once, so you slowly roll it out over time until eventually you get to show every little piece, and then when it's there, it's like, oh man, that was good. God, I want to do that again. And then you're like, oh man, you know, maybe this is like a bad like investment, you know, getting new backgrounds from time to time to do different things. And then you see a video on Professor Layton, you're like, I want to play that, but then you realize your screen doesn't fit Professor Layton, and it's a whole thing. I said, wait a fucking god, he'll never financially recover. Oh god. Is it bad that when I swear to fucking god, I thought I for a split second I thought you were using the Instars in Time acronym, and I'm like, Instars in Time detected. Oh god. I swear it is not a good idea to just let me ramble. Like I said this at work once, and all of my friends at work were like, that is the funniest thing you've said, but also why would you say that? And it was more, I was just like, man, like I finished taking a customer's order who was obviously like angry, and like by the time they left, they were happy because they had interacted with me for like 5 seconds, and they were just, and like they finished that. And like I finished that, I turn off my headset and I go, God fucked up, giving me a cute face and a voice like this. And they were just like, what? Why would you say that? And I'm like, am I wrong? Am I wrong? They kind of messed up by doing this. In Stars and Trauma. Yeah. Oh god. Apparently they made a different game that I actually have called I think it's Cien or Sierra. It's got a bug lady in it. It's a visual novel, and I gotta play it now because I have it, and it looks so cute, and I need it. And if it's anything as good as In Stars in Time, it means that I'm gonna have fun with it.
Bound to secrecy.
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
But you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what a cross-examination is for. Yeah, her forehead. Our mission in the court is to discern the truth. No obligations, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
I'm gonna find out the truth.
She was up above the ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Oh yeah, he's so much kinder than Edgeworth, but you don't even realize. Actually, you actually were here for that, but like, the fact that, like, we just went to his office and, like, exchanged evidence and we're like, yeah, like, I hope you're doing well. And then just like, you know what? I believe, you know, that's all I care about at the end of the day. I just care about the truth. And they're like, you know, he's just like, you know, it's really funny that you were just giving the prosecution all this evidence. Like, this is going to make the case so easy. And then, you know, Apollo is just like, I mean, you did the same thing. Like, and they're like, you know, you're not wrong. I feel like we should do this more often. It was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before.
Hold it!
By small window, you mean air vent. I only remember I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate would trip you up, sir. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshot. Startled, I crouched and listened. This was when I heard the voice coming through the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet it was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report on what I had heard. They only both care about the truth. To be honest, the only reason he does this is to at least hold a reputation, I think. Honestly, probably. But also, like, it is his job to be a prosecutor. Like, his whole thing is to poke holes in our argument. And our job as a defense attorney is to show that there are no holes in that armor. That where you thought you had found weakness was actually more strength. And that is the beauty of this dynamic, you know? Without a word, you just let the third set start? After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamiwar to talk. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. No time to report what you had heard. No. No, I think I know. As to why I was there, I cannot say. You don't have to say, though.
Objection!
Lamiwar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during the performance. What happened? Well, it's all right here in this video that you can't see because you're blind. Sorry. As we can see, Lamiwar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah! Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamiwar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. During that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules! But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice.
This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert. His show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-sectional diagram again. Here we can trace the route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lamawar's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. He went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route from the ceiling. Lamiwar knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I open and vent, I can leave stage and backstage. You said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin?
I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea the route would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know? Which is why he bound Lamiwar to secrecy. Well, Lamiwar, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used the route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lamiwa was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Why do I get picked on? It's Lamiwar who isn't going along with the program here!
As I've stated before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. Or we'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
If you would, please.
Right. I feel like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage, where the stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes. The mystery deepened.
I suppose it's too much to hope the judge would come up with something.
That's just my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamiwar is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I'm a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on! You're supposed to be on my side here! You really think they would betray Uncle Grimari like that? I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage where the stagehand waited. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not at all, only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick.
What were these stagehands required to do?
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience? Yes, that's how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Balin for you, the old Grammary touch.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds.
How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Well, yes, it would be hard to go that far in only 20 seconds. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you're running. Running? In that cramped dark tunnel? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Yeah, it's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamiwar disappears on a video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice,
perhaps you'd want to have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony?
Evidence explaining the discrepancy? Let me guess. Don't judge me. You're not allowed to judge me. I've been really good about this. Evidence do we have? Replica... I guess we could use the forum diagram. Okay, let's see. You still have it there. But you don't have it there. You still have it there. So, there is one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony.
Take that!
You're probably wrong, right? Hey! Lamiwar, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha! The brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought you had already determined there that it was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here, you can see that she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
Let's look a bit later. As you can see, no brooch.
What? The brooch! It's gone!
What? Yeah. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means that there can only be one explanation. The Lamiwar we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamiwar we see after are two different people.
What?
The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamiwar, tell me, did you drop that brooch on your way to the stage, to the backstage, at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
From your expression, I gather you have no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the speech and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right! There was a switch! The stage tower rose, Lamivar was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was the replacement Lamiwar?
Why, the man behind the illusion, Valiant Grammary.
It was Grammary?
That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamiwar is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true!
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Cavanier's on some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? But we play a show live. We play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamiwar? Very well.
Yes, do tell and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
Hold it!
You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing? Where everywhere I go is the same darkness.
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means! That old speaker, Apollo! The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in real-time feed from the stage mic. Useful for knowing when your set's coming up. Satisfied. The dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed to the stage. At my request, actually. The Lamiwar singing in the ceiling? Sounded just like Lamiwar singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice!
Ah. Lamiwar? I've just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so So I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead. That mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing... Huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this! Completely forgotten about it. Same here, man. Let's take a listen. The song does stop there.
It does? I must have missed it.
Look at the lyric sheet. At the top second, there's 2 pleasures, not just 1. Now listen again.
This is evidence indeed. It is one of the evidence of all time. I believe we're guilty of making a terrible mistake. Guilty! All of us to jail!
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamiwar's ballad.
If that's true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin. Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet, one problem remains.
And what's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Well, Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it's entirely based upon Lamivar's testimony.
Yes, is there a problem with that?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
But you have no proof! All I'm saying is that the truth is as of yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man... You don't mean...
Yes. Though he is my friend, and fan member Darien Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on this case.
As a suspect, to be frank. Finally! The rat's coming out of the hole! And I'm ready to catch him! Darien Crescent, get ready for justice!
This is a good time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
I am the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
And I am going to take this time to be right back.
that what? It's another one of those newfangled phones! Couldn't even bother to put a case on it, now it's just a circuit board! How am I supposed to call my niece now?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter? It's like a lighter! They've gotten to the lighters now! I can't even smoke a twink in the back office!
Hello, I'm back. Welcome in, Relics. I hope you're having a lovely lurk. You enjoy your time. But current progress is saved. July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it! It's really happened during the second act, and right in the middle of Lobby War's performance! The reason why she was in the air vent. And that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with.
I knew you had what it took.
How was my grammar impression? It sounded more like the judge, Mr. Wright. You believed in me? My father figure never did it. Not really. No, just like my dad. I'm kidding. My dad actually has a lot of faith in me and everything that I do. They are very sweet. Papa Lottle is a lovely person. I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Oh, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche? Only shorter and not as well dressed? Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Would I do such a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, but one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi to buy you off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch, the switch! A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if this sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. That reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma! Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me.
And here it is.
What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
Oh, they were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of, gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the one those kids are into these days.
Oh, these fragments are found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right. This. Finally some evidence that makes sense. Residue from a firecracker. That's all from me, I suppose. Do you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, it's one of those noisemakers you shoot off at New Year's. Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea! Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make it one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. Why do I feel like this is odd? See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician. Normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional what does that mean? I guess we have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at it to the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. I don't like this. Because it's kind of sounding like Phoenix is telling us that he intentionally wants us to get our thought to be like person, like get them to blow up on the stand and ruin their credibility. That can't be what he's asking, right? Right?
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge. In the witness lounge. Ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective that ever worked with. They stopped working together, then he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Her forehead. Just getting that last little jab in, just like, you don't get to interrupt me. I interrupt you. I interrupt you. You don't interrupt me. That's how it works.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent.
Also, you say final as if there couldn't be a third day. Name and occupation, please.
Darian Crescent. Detective. Criminal Affairs Division 3. And the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know.
And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviniers. Maybe you've heard about it.
Do you fully understand the circumstances of which you are on the stand before us today?
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor.
What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You give me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation has changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. So much for old friend. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial.
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamiwa's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Flying must be a national pastime, and that's Jesus Christ. You can't say that, buddy. You can't say that. Like that's gotta be a character assassination now, right? Like that's gotta be like, hey, like there's that, like you can't be saying that.
And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice.
Okay, though that's like secondary, but also like no, you're implying that like other people from other countries are liars, and anybody from this country must be a truther, and therefore, like you see how that's kind of, you see how that's conventional methods out the window. Here goes nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
Do you claim Lamiwa's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing. Trying to protect that kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
We didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. Can't do this with Lamiwar's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove that when the shooting took place. Just gonna check real quick. I almost missed the cheese gauge drawing on the other screen. I didn't realize you saw. I'm happy someone has finally picked up on that. It was a really funny thing. I was like, I gotta add that. Oh, that's he was playing. First place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proves it. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what?
It proves there was a mistake in the song? A miscue? So she just flubbed it up big time. That's all! She spins a story about a gunshot to protect the kid and covers for her own goof? Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lamiwa is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. Guy, you alright? I can see it in your eyes. Hell yeah. Most of her stuff is so pretentious. It's way over my head. I'm detecting a rift in the Gavanir's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go to Detective Sky's story and drop a pig.
Objection!
Remember this, Detective Crescent? The mixing board? What about it? It seems that there was clear proof left behind right here in Lamiwar's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this! Don't get me started on gramophone! This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamivar's voice included. Oh ho! But what does that prove? According to Lamiwar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in the dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamivar's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now! Lamivar stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find the spot now, find the gunshot.
Take that!
Your Honor, listen to this part. What's this? I'm gonna drop kick my phone. Oh no, did you get booted? Did you get a crash? I heard nothing. How is this possible? Wait, isn't you got a chart of hearing? I can hear just fine, thank you. Just his hearing aside, I too heard nothing.
Take that!
Your Honor, this is the track with Lamiwar's vocals. I forgot to present with the vocals. That's on me. On to side. I did hear something faintly. What? It sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Or the sound was coming over the headset along with her voice. Gavin, you crazy man. Crazy! An upstanding prosecutor like you even listening to this weak evidence?
Man, you could barely hear that. How do you know it's a gun? Perhaps it's you who's hard of hearing, Darian. It sounds like a gunshot to me. Admit it, you lost, Detective Crescent. Okay. So what about the gunshot Detective Sky heard? You heard him too, didn't you? Don't even think about telling me you were mistaken.
Were you thinking of telling him that, Mr. Justice?
No, Your Honor. Detective Sky and I clearly heard what sounded like gunshots. His hair looks like a rocket from Tears of the Kingdom. It really does, now that you point it out, and now I'm not going to be able to unsee it. God damn it. But they weren't.
But what?
And I have evidence that proves it. I think you best show it to the court. Let's see this evidence.
If you would, Mr. Justice.
The evidence showing what we really heard is this.
Take that!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What thing?
The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt. Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on the fragment. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker? How'd Gavin know this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made a decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation here seems a bit too convenient for me. How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers
Just so happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by. Ha! That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in a forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner. Jeez. Thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. I saw something odd there just before the third step. Something odd? A headset. The kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. Wait, yeah, that's right. Wait. We picked this up in front of the door to the dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in the hallway. Even if you were out on stage!
Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in the court of law. In any case, I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamivar's testimony was true.
Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard!
It was the other man speaking, not Latus.
What did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then a guitar caught fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording?
Weren't two bullets fired from this weapon? Lamivar was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room... the gun fired again, and Mr. Latusse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, her forehead. What is this today? Problem after problem a tongue! My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted! My guitar's been burst to a crisp, and on top of it all, somebody's dead! And then there was that performance just now! What was that all about? This part is off. What is that, Second guitar? Duh. It was you, Darian! I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latusse's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscathed with a revolver of that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder, if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected? Because he hurt himself shooting the revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something!
Yes, Detective Crescent? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur.
The standard sidearm issued to a police officer is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast, and also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim of Mr. Latousse. Which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim.
So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up, ready for action, has to say. Hey, you, attorney!
Me? Exactly which piece of evidence is decisive again?
You got a little noise on the tape. That could be anything. You have an alleged guitar cue missed during a 45 caliber kickback.
I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do.
You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not divisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons for why you couldn't have done it.
And I feel like an ad's about to start in like a minute, so I'm not gonna start quite yet because this feels like a good time to like settle in. Oh man. God, we're gonna get a proof of innocence? A proof of innocence? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. There we go. I'm also playing Ace Attorney game right now, by the way. Sick. I hope you're having fun. I'm just having a fucking blast. Because like I feel like this part is going to be the thing that Phoenix was alluding to, which is another reason why I'm not moving forward right now. Because that cannot be interrupted. If what Phoenix is about to do is what I think I guess not what Phoenix is about to do, but what
Phoenix has planted in Apollo's head to do, if what he was implying is what we're about to do, I'm terrified. Because that crosses a line, I feel, when it comes to this kind of... I feel like that crosses a line when it comes to some of this stuff. Like, crosses a line from what we've already done so far. Like, we've looked for evidence. We have used falsified evidence, not intentionally, but we have used it. We have ended up in you know, we have like Phoenix has caused people to relive their traumatic moments just to prove a fucking point. And he almost like decided just to do everything in their power to get an innocent verdict because one of his friends was on the line, which, while noble, also would have let that person go free. And he didn't talk with anybody about it. He didn't want to open up to anybody about it because he was worried A, it would cause problems, but also B, Phoenix just isn't good at opening up. Like, you know? Like, no one knew, like Phoenix wouldn't tell Maya about like that Edgeworth had like died more or less, and it turned out he didn't die, which is kind of a whole thing. Like, he never talked about the fact that he only went on the last like mission, on the last trips, like a little thing to that temple because like the person who worked there looked like his long lost ex that he's never fucking talked about. Like, there's all this stuff that he doesn't tell anybody about. Edgeworth had to dig up old case files and only knew which ones to look for because he was part of one of the cases that were connected to it. Like, I'm just wondering, like, are we about to commit not like a crime, but like, are we about to cross a line when it comes to interrogating witnesses? Because I'm kind of worried that we are, you know? I hope not. I hope not. Not too long now. Not too long now. This is also another wonderful time to say hello, VOD viewers. The fact that you even are here means that you understand that my VODs are unlisted but in a playlist for you to watch at a moment's notice. Congratulations on picking up on that, because I don't really advertise this that much. I don't advertise the VODs, because the VODs do their own stuff. They make their own content. I'm not a big fan of having my channel full of VODs in the main video tab, you know? That's just me. I know a lot of people probably don't agree with that, but you know. Anyway, ads have ended. Proof of innocence. Come on. Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was the diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Deltooth had never been to our country before? According to our records, yes. Not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great. Now I need to find motive. Come on. Why would I even want to kill the man? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive. This was the diva's first trip to the country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? You sure about that? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let the evidence do the talking out.
Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using his motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence.
Hold it!
Manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was... Oh, right, sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing the big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing how he got wasted. That's cold, dog. No, not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. You want a reason? I have no motive. But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. More than I sure did. I mean, I didn't think about it. This was the thieves' first trip to the country, right? Darian, you're a detective with international affairs. Yeah? What of it? Even if it was Mr. Latouche's first trip to the country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs? I'm not playing a game with the mods yet.
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent?
That's your game. Guess I'd better confess then.
Confess? Guilty!
Yeah, trigger happy, Judge. It's okay. Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international... See, me and Plains got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other very much. My condolences, her forehead, but he is telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country. I can guarantee that. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. How could I possibly know his manager? Why would I want to kill him? Well, wait, god damn it. I mean, why would anybody want to kill him? I mean, he was looking for something. The only reason why anybody would want to kill him would be to stop him from looking into this, right?
Objection!
Your Honor? Take a look at this. What's that?
Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen one of these? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evident. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found amongst the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? I've never seen one of that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Bohemia. Nowhere else.
All right, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Wait, does it?
It does. Wait, I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative?
For what? Apparently, the most efficacious in treating a disease thought to be incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind.
However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Boginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering! We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an accident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market, and it caused quite a commotion in the global community. Though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this was led to a strict ban on the cocoon's exports, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol.
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But this is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent.
So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder.
Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous, I mean totally unthinkable.
Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think of the crazy thing. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but truly noted. According to reports, the cocoons top Interpol list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
I mean, I have an idea why. International Affairs got a memo. Interpol is hot and bothered about him. Can't sell them on the black market, it's too dangerous. Food smuggling ain't lucrative anymore. I don't trust I'm not gonna make the wrong decision. Like, it's gotta be one of these. Gotta be one of these.
Objection!
Why not choose the less dangerous buyer then? I would.
How clueless are you? Everyone in the market is dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keys to goodbye.
Why sell to the black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article. That's about the Chief Justices.
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure that's just any disease, a cure for incuritis.
Incuritis. I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning!
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You're saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband?
Not even to save his own son's life.
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal!
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true? First, I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you gonna try and pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, the seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let Sleet over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof?
Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Oh, do tell.
Interpol isn't the only one out there watching them. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about Cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Borginian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of here, I'd sure like to know. But there was. No, but there is. A gift from Lamiwar, from Borginia.
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it! Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you had told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamiwar. Well, how did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. This guitar is from Borginia? Oh, that it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamiwar's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying the guitar was... with cocoons this small? It would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, her forehead. Well, you know how the guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact.
An igniter!
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Ugh! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Yeah!
Ain't no way. Order! So the igniter
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, her forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamiwar's ballad, if you will. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. the key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah, Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent.
An undercover agent was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He would have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over! Press the switch now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with Lamiwar there to witness it. There's your case.
Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly?
For a made-up story, makes a great deal of sense.
Darien. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, but you haven't.
Let's see you make up a story for that kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. It's all you had an accomplice. It was clear from the start. The voice Lamiwar heard proves it. Press the switch now. You made the transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what he has to say. With great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you will be harshly punished.
That's no problem. I just had to use my time travel powers.
Why does it look like he had the Millennium Puzzle on his neck?
Let me see who you're talking about, because I'm sure I'll figure it out.
Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Obviously, and unfortunately, it was Machi the Bayou. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi the Bayou.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client! A defense attorney accusing his client! Now that's a new one!
I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements for the accomplice.
Darien looks like he has a puzzle on his neck.
What if it was in fact Lamiwar?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signal, Your Honor.
Electronic signal?
Recall that the remote only works at a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamiwar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it means that Lamiwar could still have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown before. It was in the middle of the guitar's serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamiwar stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happened to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked in Lamiwar's position in the air vent. Ah! Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that?
Your Honor. Yes, Detective?
Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time, for me.
Ah, well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of it.
Oh.
But it happens after the rise up happened.
Too bad, so sad, Punk.
Punk? First you were Sleeves and then Kid, now Punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in the video?
The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We're musicians, after all. Care to explain for us? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get the yarn straight first.
You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off the igniter.
That right? Yes?
Well, in order to do that, we'd have to press a switch.
Am I right? Okay. We'll take another listen and pay attention to the piano. Piano?
What seems to be the problem?
Let me check something. Let me just listen to this. Sounded a bit off. Right after. I'll keep that in mind.
Piano sounded just fine.
That's the problem, man. You still don't get it. Yeah. How's it supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva. Mommy War. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. So, what you doing, Perry? Just trying commands, seeing if they work? I don't know what that was supposed to be, but, good on ya, I guess. Couldn't have pressed the switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to play when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Hollow, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice? Machi Tabai didn't press that switch, then he could not have been the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it! Every fact says he's an accomplice! You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar's on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on the matter. Was the defendant Machi Tobaye the accomplice? Give it some thought. Ugh, what do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Let me just do that. Something odd. Something odd? Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Kevin saying? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something odd about that performance there. Not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? You have to come up with something, Mr. Justice. I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting it. Her forehead, you're sure about this? Accept it! There's no evidence, man! Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. How do you base the claim that the defendant pressed the switch? I mean, it has to be the mixing board, right? The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's hear the piano part around this time when the switch was set to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I heard the piano being played. But doesn't it sound kinda simple?
Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting. Using Machi could have played that part with one hand.
One hand?
He only needed one hand to press the switch. He could play the piano with the other.
Ha! What are you, some kind of piano savant?
Actually, no.
Then what do you know?
You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that, even if he had 3 hands. Oh, so sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always a hard way.
And how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't!
Oh, I admit, it was rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
How do you know that?
The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No! No way!
Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame.
Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. This part, right?
Take that!
That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist?
It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding. I'll take that to mean this isn't a problem. Wait, so what's the odd thing? It just pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I just need to find a place to compare to that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it. I'm happy that they give me the option here, because this is something that
Don't have a choice.
That one? That's the second. They're just gonna let me do every single one, aren't they?
Take that!
That one?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it is that sounded odd to you. Well, as I'm sure you've realized by yourself, Forehead.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question. Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase.
Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing?
You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section?
The guitar burst into flames at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Right.
Play verse 2 again.
You know, this would be really easy if we could just, like, play them at the same time. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of technology. Did you hear that?
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly different. What?
Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure.
Oh. What's that proof?
I would think you'd know that by now.
Why, I hate dealing with amateurs, man.
But the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so the piano would stay in the background.
Oh.
That was what I noticed. Why would the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch.
Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes at a terrible disappointment. But no comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it! I shut him up! No, now that you're celebrating, it's not gonna happen.
Well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on the matter.
Good show, Sleeves! No, great show! It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin! Tell him what's so disappointing! Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you've yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. But the facts, anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But...
1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under the current legal system.
I don't believe it!
It does seem as though the defense doesn't have any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think he did. We'd already would have seen it a long ways back.
It's unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? The truth is staring us right in the face! Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? No, see, so the one thing I will say is that it absolutely should protect criminals. I believe that that a legal system should protect everybody under the law equally and fairly. You know? I feel like anybody presumed to be a criminal should still have the same rights as a regular person, because being accused of something is kind of a big deal. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Urgh. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn to a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with the deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry. That's why. That provides us the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo.
What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up?
That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Her forehead. You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche, and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long.
Oh man, you're telling me it's like almost 2 a.m.
It's 10:30. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis of these accusations against Darian Crescent.
This is really my last chance. The key that'll take Darian Crescent's plan. Wait. Wait. Maybe I call a witness. Maybe. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice.
Who is this person that can prove Darian Crescent's guilt?
like bribery! No. There ain't no way it's Clavi or Gavin. That wouldn't make any sense at all. Machi Tabai would more than likely... You know, why not? This person is your igniter? Exactly what are you going to testify about? Go to the stand! You're not scared at all. Wrong person. I'm sorry. It was an honest mistake. The court advises you to be aware. I think that was funny, though. Be like, this guy! And they're like, who's that? That's not it either, but, you know. There's no way that it's Machi, because I feel like that should have been early. It might be, actually. It might be. Call a bit next. Ooh. Ooh. This is a long case. Good night, sir. Good night backstage. Machi Tabai. Your client again! Machi Tabai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon, and furthermore, he can easily prove the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue that would no doubt also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tabai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of the Virginian cocoon, the case is solved. I see what you guys did. Pitchfork might not have, but I did. Thank you. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Virginian law. Yeah. See? A pianist really was a smuggler. Then testify about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. But how? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our law. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure the law has already news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today.
including the part about the Bojinian cocoon. Yeah, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Brazilian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this! You can't accuse me! Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tabai. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan, Machi Tabai knows everything! There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made of cookies, or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please, don't try me! Fuck! Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in how it is, though.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk. You'll tell the court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason that you should hesitate now.
I knew. From the beginning, I knew.
Machi.
Situation I cannot explain, but money I need. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue about our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is a golden rule. However,
it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which we administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tabai.
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regard to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce the verdict.
Oh god. You stare through my soul. Blue-eyed people when they open their eyes. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job.
Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tabai, not guilty.
I feel so bad for the baby boy.
This court is adjourned.
July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. I wonder what'll happen to Machi.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here.
All's well that ends well.
Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. Lamiwar? What, is something wrong? I'm sorry, well, she was your partner on stage, your friend, Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he's done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You've given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation. Oh shoot, ads. We wait for the ad to be over. We'll make it. We'll make it, I promise. Just gotta make sure the ads are finished, and then we'll do the thing. Gotta wait for the ads. I don't know. What do you think of the trial? I feel so sad. Thankfully, it's better than I thought it was going to be. I was worried that, like, we were going to, we were going to push, like, that we were going to hone in so hard on, like, the psychological tells of these people that we were going to break them psychologically in order to get them to admit to a crime. Which, I'm happy that that wasn't what we did. I mean, technically, we kind of just put two people who were accused of a crime and put them in a prisoner's dilemma, where one of them is like, yeah, I mean, you know, if you don't admit to this, you'll be sent back to Boginia, and then you'll be tried and sent to death, because we've already proven that you brought cocoons out somehow. Like, that has been done. If you confess, then this person will go to jail for the murder of this guy, and you'll get tried by our laws, which are better. Which is kind of fucked up when you think about it. Like, it's fucked up that they have to decide between getting tried in their own country or tried here where the laws are fairer. And that is the only thing that led to them, like, you know? Anyway, I'm considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamiwar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to a truth that I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed your mind? Hearing your defense in here today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I'll take up painting. Painting? That's right! She's the landscape painter in sound, after all! I will paint the two of you. I promise. Woohoo! Can't wait, Lamiwar! I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? Remind me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right. Your secret mission. Apollo? Brucey? I hope that we'll meet again someday soon. You bet! Me too! And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar's serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now, but there's something I wanted to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Oh. Okay. It is now, we're gonna save. And now we get our sneak peek. And then our chance to head on, our time to head out after this. Sneak peek for next time. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that's the whole truth of this case. Mason system. What's this? $136, 134 over 91, 78. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of the last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. October 7th, 10:37 a.m. The Write Anything Agent. Hey Apollo, look on TV! Look! Yeah, kinda busy. Whoa, look at that! He's the last Grammary, alright. Amazing. Apollo! You should be watching this! Oh, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal! Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. What are you? Some professor? Some author? Some six-fingered author? No, you aren't. You're a lawyer, your badge proves it. Why now? That case was 3 months ago. It's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want the vacuum pack, the feel of the moment for later. Right now I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamiwar disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. You have a mullet term? What? What? They have a mullet, Stanford! What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here in our very own Sunshine Coliseum. Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Cavaliers concert was! Only 3 more days until miracles happen here right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grammary is performing for the first time in 7 years. It's gonna be great! I'm so there! You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramaries. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Aww. Dang. Oh, there you are. Working hard or hardly working. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid! Though he has been gone for a long time. Ah ha ha. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups! I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy, you're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets. Phoenix looks like Parappa the Rapid teacher. He really does. All right, you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you, anyway. Huh? With me? Maybe you're getting a top secret mission, too! Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, no. No, you're not allowed to be just a defense attorney. You have to be detective, you have to be kind of prosecutor sometimes. You gotta be, obviously, the defense attorney. You gotta be emotional support for your client. Like, honestly, you chose the worst option in this day and age. Telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? And with that, we leave it off. And I head off. Oh, man. Today was an insane day. I really need to stop these long streams, but this is the only way I can stop myself from going super far into Phoenix Wright without losing it. And having it be a roughly around some good time, you know? I feel like I could have gotten out maybe an hour earlier if I didn't have those problems at the beginning. But hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, right? You know, there's only so much you can do. Who do I want to send you guys to? I could send you to Kijith, Brave Ukami. How about I send you guys to Macalanius? Oh, God. I gotta leave you on a cliffhanger. That's how it goes. I gotta leave you on a cliffhanger, otherwise, we're gonna be here all night. Okay, let's see. If I raid Macalanius, believe? Donnie. Huh? Slash raid Macalanius. There we go. Geez, that took way longer than I expected. Anyway, with that being said, I'll see you later. Goodbye.